Alright, we are live and we are going to do our figures for the day. I did not finish my comic with pencils like I said I was going to, but that's part of the course with me. We are going to just do our figures, not worry about it too much. We're not gonna worry about it too much. Phalanx. 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 That makes more sense. We're just gonna do our figures for the day. I have a timer for an hour where I'm going to have to go and flip my bread. And that's not it. Hey, how's it going, Banjo? Welcome, welcome. Don't see you this early this often. Hope you're doing well. Lunchtime, nice. Hope your studies are going well. Hope they are easy today, easy to deal with. We are, I am baking some bread. I tend to do that regularly, oftentimes when I'm stressed, but sometimes when I'm not. Although, very rarely is it when I'm not stressed. Which is a shame. I want to do it more, but it's hard to find the time unless my body is like, you should make bread. So much philosophy. What kind of philosophy are you guys getting into? It's not garlic bread. It's just regular old bread. I'm trying to get a nice ear. I'm always really bad at philosophy. I think I'm too much of a layperson to know anything about philosophy. My brother always gets frustrated when we talk about philosophy. Mostly he gets frustrated with me because I don't know like any of the dialectics or anything. I'm just like, I don't know, man. I like doing thing, and they're like, yeah, but people don't like things, and I'm like, that's seems like a very purposeful misdirection of the common parlance or whatever the fuck, and then they get really upset. I think last time it was like people only do things because they want to, and I'm like, no, I think people that do things that they don't want to because they want the results. And they're like, that means they want it. And I'm like, you can, that's like, you're really stretching the definition of the word want. You're giving it a lot more power over like less immediate things. Anyway, I was just about to get to the hips, which is what I'm struggling with. Should have focused on it. Nice here. Majoring in this, I'm minoring. Well, a minor is still pretty important. Didn't I just do this? Just upside down now. A nice ear, oh sorry, on bread. Nice ear on bread is where it has like, you know, when they like, wow, look at this bread, how crispy it is, and how that like big ridge on it, that big ridge is called the ear of the bread. I guess because it like looks like an ear, maybe? I don't know if I can know. I don't know like the historical term for it, right? Why it's called that. I think it just looks like an ear. Look at this twink man with his little tiny waist, his slutty little waist in this fucking religious outfit. They didn't want there to be lust in the church. Did they think about making their waists not as slutty and little? Have they thought about that? Anything but philosophy, how am I? Sometimes the world has a funny way of putting us where it wants us to be, not where we want to be. You have two choices. You can make lemonade, or you can tell life to take back its lemons. So you don't want any stupid lemons. Anything but philosophy. diabolical work. I'm saying is like they didn't need to make the waist that small. Why does this look weird? Probably need to be wider, a little bit lighter. The world kicks me in the balls and laughs and says, "Fuck you, you're taking philosophy." That's true. What the hell am I doing with this snap? The head still feels off. I think it's too small. Oh my goodness. Just you wait. I'm here for another 15 minutes. I mean, I'm curious to find out what's going on. Because if you can't explain it to me, then like you probably need to study some more. What the hell? I'm trying to figure out how to freaking showcase this. Like, there's a titty, and there's the pelvis. There's the leg, there's the other arm. Wild. Especially with like these really thin waists. It's really hard for me to get a grasp. I still need to watch Kipo and the Wonder Beast. Alright, last one on this page. Oh, gotta give the baby a treat. Okay, fine. He's now getting a mixture of like the regular treats and the treats I brought for him back from Seattle. So the baby is eating good. He certainly does, though. I'm broke now. You're welcome. Those are free points. You just get them for sitting and watching. If you want a bunch of them, you can just leave the stream on. Listen, I don't care as long as I get views, right? Mods, kill that man. Unless mods are dead. Mods are dead. No Tessie with no batteries sounds like a plan. Okay, well, listen. Maybe you should just like leave it on when you go to school on your computer at home. Easy. Bam. Millions of points, lots of treats given to the dog. Could even contribute to the stake fund. They're at 13% now, I think. Keep it a buck, Maho. I don't think that stake is happening. You never know. 13% is a lot. Out of a million? That's quite a bit. $30 points because it's all I got. Well, I'm sure he appreciates it no matter what. I'm not super happy with how that turned out. Probably should have made the skirt shorter, maybe? I don't know. Minimum points to contribute. That is a tragedy. Well, I guess Maha really will starve. What in the world am I doing with this thing? Why am I worried about that detail? That detail literally does not matter. Damn, I didn't know it was like that. He'll be starved for steak. He won't be starved for actual food that he eats. Oh, hey, how's it going, Miji? I'm sorry, I always forgot. I always forget to check YouTube. Sorry about that. That's fine. I've been running a little late all week, pretty much. We're just doing some figure drawings. If you weren't just like going to bed, I would always recommend doing some figures. I try to do them on Discord as well. It's like when I do these here because I can't show them on Twitch because of the TOS. But at the very least, do them on Discord. But I didn't do them today because, or yesterday, because it doesn't seem like anyone's super interested. So, about my art update. Yeah, of course. Always happy to find out what's going on. Journey, I settled with art style. The boys are so cute, I love them. You feel inspired, look at other artists drawing. How my feelings when I watch my own drawing. Yeah. Always happy to see other people doing drawings and working hard for what they want to do. Of course. I just hope you keep that positive outlook on your life because it's a very hard thing to hear when people are like, you need to tear down my art. And it's like, no, I will not do that. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. You already have a very like technical style that's very good. It's all about you'll never be happy with your art unless you're happy with yourself, right? Because there's always something you can improve on, always something you can change. Getting better will not make you feel better about yourself. It will not fill the void in your heart. It will not do anything other than make someone else maybe a little bit more impressed with your art. You should always focus on being happy with yourself first. It doesn't matter what crazy world we live in. If you're not happy with yourself, you won't be happy with what you do. Class calls. Goodbye, Banjo. I already don't want to change it. Of course. I don't think you should change anything about the way you do. It's something that looks like it's come from what you've enjoyed. And if you don't enjoy it, that's something that you should look at a little bit more than fixing your art style. Feeling when child draws, how proud is jaw? Was Picasso said, it took me my whole life to learn how to draw like a child. And he doesn't mean like to physically draw the same way a child does, right? He means like without care, without abandon, right? Just drawing because you enjoy drawing. It took him his whole life to find that truth, right? And it can take you just a little bit if you believe him. I think that's the benefit of like the wisdom of crowds and all that junk, right? Positive and supportive. Yeah, of course. Of course. Hey, I'm just doing what I'm doing, right? I enjoy everyone being happy and positive. Because the world is really hard and dark already. I don't think I don't benefit too much from like a grim, dark viewpoint, right? Making things seem more hopeless than it is. It's like, I don't have the luxury of that, man. Life sucks. I'm gonna try to make the most of it. And I want you guys to make the most of it too. Oopsies. Make my arm a little bit too big. Hey, how's it going, HT Gamer Girl? Sorry I missed you the other day. I'm so sorry. It's hard for me to keep track of both YouTube and Twitch channels. Proud of yourself making 5 years. What are you talking about? You did all the work. I was just here. Right, HT? Okay, what's going on? Is this punishment because I missed you yesterday? I'm sorry. That's on me. I should have paid more attention to YouTube chat. I apologize. That's the end. There's much more for me to do with this. No, I appreciate the conversation, right? I'd rather have something going on in my chat than nothing. Because then it's just like everyone sitting in silence watching some motherfucker draw, and it's like, that's boring. At least that's boring for me. I would definitely 100% rather there be something going on. Although I don't know what's wrong with HG Gamer Girl. Alright, that is page 1. It was my first session. First half an hour session. In 5 years, I never fallen in love with the SCI job. Really? I'm sorry to hear that. Let me catch up with Twitch chat really quick. Nice ear. A contingent necessity upon which the presuppositions are contingent, which led to the markers that Yahweh is the best for Armenia. Cybolic work, that was working hard. I need to chill because I am broke. Sometimes I'll keep slinging the balls. Okay, we're caught up with that. I can kind of understand that. I do a lot of character designs, not because I'm like trying to create a character, but I just like, you know, the concept of making a character. Like, you could have some kind of alien head. Like this. And it's all just a matter of finding the balance of what you're looking for. Wow. Amazing work. Look at that. Managed to back it up. Honestly, I think it's just cooler to be black. You don't like my contingency argument? Guess I wasn't. Wait, what contingency argument? Oops, sorry. I messed up on Migi. I'm sorry, Migi. Ba, ba, ba. I've been receiving for the whole life, so I kept doubting myself. Right? Because to me, I think your work looks really awesome. It is at the very least, I think that it is very technically skilled. Right? And if you just have people telling you that it's bad, then you're never going to see yourself for what you could be. And it's always just going to be a pain and a chore. And you won't see like real progress, right? And real progress is not technical skill, right? Real progress is, you know, falling in love with the art that you make. Because only when we truly love something can we transform it beyond just like what it was, and it can be something more. Oops, that went straight through the thing. I'm getting very distracted. Sorry. Sorry, you're fine. The time difference sucks. I understand. So it's no worries. People are busy. Sometimes I think if I had started earlier on my stream schedule, or if I had maybe started later, maybe things would be better or easier. But fact of the matter is, life happens the way it happens. No point in worrying about it. Hey, how's it going, Turtle? Don't worry about not being able to stay. It's okay. Today is going to be one of those days. People are busy on Fridays anyway. I'm here regardless. We'll see for how long. I think it would be really cool if I could be like Mr. Rogers, but for adults. Have another question about AI? Yeah, absolutely. No problem. As long as people have like, questions in good faith, always happy to answer, right? But that being said, I'm not an expert in these topics, right? The only thing I can answer about AI is my moralistic viewpoint on it. Basically my bias, right? But if you're okay with that, you can have it. It can help since I can watch chat from Twitch in your screen. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm watching both of them at the same time. I just forget sometimes that YouTube chat is there because it's below, right? And at the same time, if my Firefox freezes, then I will not be able to see it. YouTube chat, for whatever reason, does not like to play nice. Do a lot of research about AI because AI becomes #1 enemy in our community. So the problem generally stems from like companies are trying to replace people, right? And instead of using it to replace hard labor, where, you know, people could be repurposed or re-educated or put into like other more complicated fields and build out like a middle class system, right? Instead, what's happening is that AI is being used to replace middle income jobs, therefore leaving no room for lower class people to have upward mobility and growth. And this is to continue to serve a growing, not in number, but in wealth, upper rich class. So not AI, was going to write a book, but my book was about a foot soldier in a war. Would it be okay to ask an AI to recommend some books for me to read so I can see how other foot soldiers not have it summarize, just compile recommendations? That might be fine, sure. Like, I don't think there's a moralistic problem with that. However, if you are not like aware enough and it recommends a book that is like fantasy or whatever, because the AI doesn't really know, it's just looking for anything that has the terms foot soldier in it, right? So it might give you AI fantasy books. Bye. Falling so slowly. What I would recommend instead, right, is go to a librarian, right? Especially if you're in the United States. Local libraries are publicly funded and they have very resourceful people, right? I know this because my friend is a librarian here in the city, and they are literally trained to do research questions, right? Like if you are elderly or you're looking stuff on Google but you don't really understand, people at the library are trained on how to do these sorts of research, especially librarians, right? Librarians are people that hold degrees and have been like appointed there. The one that I am afraid of AI now, treated like a god that knows everything. That is also a problem that I have with AI. Like I said, it's not a problem if you use AI, right? But I would recommend going out and using the resources in your community because that's interacting with people, right? Sure. I don't know how far away your local library is, but you can always give them a call as well. Yeah, there's a lot of people doing like AI as God sort of a deal, and I'm not as huge a fan of that. What if instead of like a shoulder muscle or something, they kind of just like had a bony plate joint that came up and over? Really backwards style. So this becomes more of like a rib cage for like a dog or something. Is this an alien for the comic? No, no, no. I'm taking a break between my figure drawings, and I figure I would do a little bit of doodling on the side. We're probably just gonna erase this. Like, no one. I don't think this matters to anyone. Do like this, like loose, saggy skin, sort of a mixture, where it like hangs onto the bone in certain parts, and then other parts it really just doesn't feel like it connects at all. Always erase such good art. It makes me so sad. It's just like a doodle, right? I wanted to, I can make it again. It's such a weird little fella, you know? I think it's part of it, you know, makes someone good at improving, so they don't get too attached to stuff. I guess that's the pros and the cons. Like pro, I'm not like punished by failure, but the con is I don't really get attached to my stuff as much. Is Sned still alive, or do we only have that screenshot? I only do the one screenshot. Thanks for the tips on the cross hatching. Definitely just like drawing weird fucking guys. I'm gonna try to implement, see if I can do some believable like hip anatomy. See if I can keep the focus going. Alright, I'm pretty much done with this. I still think that you should upload Sned to ArtFight. I don't know if I could do Sned for ArtFight. Let's put this in the Discord since people liked it. Was that in the middle? My idea was like a chicken's breastbone, you know? So chickens have this sort of like breastbone that sticks out in the middle. And then they have this. This is where the shoulders connect. And they have the tibia and fibula. They have the wings, right? Basically, this allows for the attachment for the muscles, breastbones and stuff like that. I just thought, what if I just had a weird little guy that does that? And there's no muscle attachment or anything. Maybe at one point there was muscle attachment in the race for, or the species for other things, but it's atrophied much more readily, the muscles have, than the actual bone structure itself. This is actually a bit too big for a chicken breastbone. Probably closer to this. You know, I guess it's not that weird since that's like, well, whatever. Oh, that is my timer for the... I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm gonna do my bread thing. I will return shortly. Never fear. Sprung will be back here. You do the first. I should probably rinse my hands. Woo! Alright, let's get back to Figuretron. Goodbye, weird alien creature thing. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I had to go do my bread stuff. And now I'm back. Alright. Some figure drawing. Jesus fucking Christ, what have I done with the proportions here? There we go, that's better. Moo, what's your opinion on Terry Pratchett? I am curious. Yo! It's a sexy sailing man. Been a while since we've seen him. Yeah, Terry Pratchett, the guy who did Discworld. Different figures? Oh my god, it's two of them? You don't really have anything as his books are okay. Alright, fair enough. No more I can say. You can, yeah. I think Pit's internet is dying, and then Black Tea probably won't show up for another couple hours. And I'm doing figures, so there's nothing I can do. Why does this man look so sad? Find out really quickly that absolute power becomes absolutely boring. It's like they don't fear criticism or judgment. Everyone here is so expressive, it's a bit strange personally. Yeah? Why do you think that you should fear criticism or judgment, right? I understand that socially we humans use criticism and judgment as a way to make people conform to society, right? Should you almost do fixed strategies? I don't know why they do that. I asked them not to. I don't want to bully you, Moob. I want you to be happy. I want you to do the things that you love. 16 years in school life until my parents, so they learned to be more supportive. I'm glad that they've decided to make that change. All they care about lately is Siege and Warhammer. Yeah. I'd be happy to play Siege and Warhammer. I don't think it's everything that I do, though. It's important to find the different things that we can do in our life with different people, right? Like being treated as a being lacking flaws and getting it wrong? Absolutely, I do not like that. Because I am a being that can do many flaws. I wish people would look at me in that manner. I'm not perfect, right? I make mistakes. I grow, I change. And that's okay. I'm only human after all. Oh, we already did this one. Let me catch up really quick on chat. All they care about is your. I know you refuse criticism, but blind faith is worse. I don't refuse criticism, right? Here is the main difference, right? I don't refuse criticism. What I believe is that if you're trying to get someone to grow into art, art is a very self-motivated field, right? My criticism won't help you unless you're trying to become exactly like me. If you tell me during an art review, I want to make art that looks exactly like yours, how would you change this to be more like your art? Then I would do a full criticism of like, this is different, this is wrong, the perspective here is whatever. But that doesn't help people, right? That helps people pretend to be something that they're not, right? If a friend, a close personal friend, reads my book or something and tells me, hey, I didn't like this part too much, I don't think that's necessarily the type of criticism you're talking about. But it's a similar thing, right? They're expressing their opinions and they're okay. Sure, like in Miki's case. Criticism is only really criticism if they ask for it. If they don't ask for it, it's unwanted advice, right? If someone comes up to me and tells me their opinion on what I'm doing and telling me that I'm wrong because of their opinion, that's not helpful. That's the kind of criticism that I refuse, right? The problem is people don't know how to use criticism because we're coming out of an era where you're using your intelligence as a cudgel on people, right? You come in and if you're not the smartest person in the room, the way you get points is by shutting down the smartest person in the room, right? By telling them, oh, you made this one little mistake, now you can't speak on this forever, right? And then they made themselves feel better, and it reduced people's ability to try to work together or try to be a part of this because people had their insecurities. But there's definitely like a critique is a bid for improvement. And me just saying a bunch of shit that doesn't line up with what you're trying to improve is not a critique. At least that's the way that I view it, right? I think criticism is fine. I think people having opinions is fine, but people need to learn to identify what is what, right? Moob, if you came to me and told me, I don't really like that you play Rush's music, but that's my opinion, that's fine. If you come up and told me, you need to change the music because this isn't really going to get you popular, that's, I think you're trying to do a critique there, right? But it just comes off as being rude. I don't know. There's a lot of social nuance that goes into it. And for some people who are autistic, they can't make the distinction between that. And that's fine. It's about being able to openly have these conversations with people, though. At least that's what I'm trying to go for. Let me get back to figure drawing. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. You're just not my intended audience, right? My intended audience is the people who like the same things as me. And I accepted a long time ago that that number is very, very small. Like, people do not like the same things as me. Not in my friend group, not in my family, not in my anywhere online, right? Even a lot of people here on the Discord channel have very different opinions. And that's fine. I just know that's where I'm gonna be for a lot of stuff, and that's okay. But I have that acceptance within myself. That's part of the reason why I don't think I'll ever be like really popular. Is I think that just my existence alone is incredibly niche. Or niche, however you prefer to pronounce it. Mm-hmm. Like I said, people are multifaceted, very different, and wildly creative and inventive, and it's always fun to see people, what they like, what they enjoy. And I just happen to be the type of person that doesn't mesh well with any group. So it is what it is. Shouldn't start with the head or the eyes, but I'm doing that. Continue to do the thing that I said I shouldn't do. Why have I done this? I haven't even gotten the perspective right. It's because the rest of the torso is pretty boring. T-Lurks? I don't know. I think you can check that in the who's watching, but no, for sure. See, now T can't say, or now Moob can't say whatever he wants. Now he's being silenced by the moderators or whatever depression thing he goes on about. On that community, people who do art mostly, not all, they don't like getting critiques, even though they ask for it. It's because they ask for what they don't know. They're asking for something, but they don't really want that thing. They just know that that's what they should be asking for because that's what they've been conditioned to ask for, right? They believe that the way to get better is by having someone tell you you're wrong. And it's like, that's literally not how art works. That might be like what you do to an electrician because they'll die if they get shocked or whatever. But in art, you can't make mistakes. You can only really have choices, and you can intend for those choices or you can not intend for those choices. Always make me laugh in Discord. Yeah, they have a really funny back and forth. Antonio was actually here a couple of days ago. He usually never shows up on stream, so that was fun. I'm getting too involved in each individual. There are 2 ones that I have to do. If it makes you feel better, T, or not T, sorry, Moob, I also don't personally like a lot of my drawings. But it's all about that improvement in that journey to find out what I like. Final quarter. It's easy to do. I hate mine. I don't think they're shit, right? I don't think my drawings are shit. I just think that there's more that I want to reach for, right? I'm not done yet, I guess. I hope that you don't think your drawings are shit, because your drawings are quite good. I think there's some better practices you could have so that you have more of like control over your process. But I'm not gonna get too involved unless you ask me to. That's not a criticism, that's just an opinion. But I like your drawings. I like your work. It's always lovely to see the time that you put into those lines, because those lines are really nice. They're very crisp. I think anyone will tell you that you have really good line work. And it shows because you invest a lot of time into your line work. Can't join on Twitch. Yeah, I think that you're telling us that you can't like chat unless you have a verified number or something, which is weird because I've never seen that. But it might just be like a country policy because they're checking for what's it called, minors or whatever. They can all see you though, so at the very least. Whoa, there's a lot going on text-wise. Oh my god. Let me pause so I can catch up. think it's funny when artists say that because they'll concede the fact by bashing their old art by bringing in their into direct comparison with their newer work. So they do in fact like their art, at least on some subconscious level. I think it's because they still have that ingrained level of, to be seen as valuable, you need to dunk on someone else, right? Again, a continuation of the anti-intellectual movement of the late 90s. And at the same time, though, they don't want to dunk on someone else's art for a couple of reasons. One, that's socially not acceptable, right? At this point, especially. Two, moralistically, it makes you feel kind of bad. But the only person you're harming is yourself with the last one. So you combine this anti-intellectualism with this self-degradation, and you all of a sudden, you can make fun of somebody and make yourself feel better by making fun of someone that existed in the past, yourself, right? And the only problem that I end up having with it really is that when artists are like, oh, my old work was so shit and stuff like that, they're attacking themselves, the self-degradation. And sometimes you can use it for comedy effects, as long as you admit to the fact and you're aware of the fact that this is not true. And, you know, when people are more, how do I say this? You are never going to be happy with your art because the art's not the thing you're unhappy with. You're unhappy with yourself, right? And it leaks into everything you make. So if you find it within yourself to be accepting and loving of yourself, you'll be happier with your art. Now, I still call my art shit because I'm talking very specifically about like, oh, I messed up the form, or I did the perspective wrong, and stuff like. And it's not because I'm tearing my art down, right? I'm being very analytical about what I want to improve next. And it's not saying that my art is bad, right? What I'm saying is there is something specifically that I have identified that I want to improve on. And wanting to improve on something is very different from saying that it's bad. I guess, I don't know. Let's see this type of posts. I don't think it really even confirms that you think it's good, right? People will make that art about anything and they'll be super in their head. You can see that especially with the really fucking dickheads that are like, this person's art is terrible. Like the people who take shots at like Samda's art and stuff is wild because it's not that like they think that they're better, they just want to tear somebody else down. So this is a very wide, you know, is a very wide, broad range of what is quote unquote the human experience, especially when it comes to making art. All right, let's go. Oh, I think I already did this one actually. Skip. Ooh. I was actually watching a video earlier because Moop had asked me a question about knees. It's like, you know, I haven't studied knees a lot. I couldn't give you a good answer. Best I could say is like, look up Synix's video and watch that. Because I've seen that, but I never like internalized it. I came across a couple of shorts talking about how these are like some primary functions of the knee. Talking about how it's mostly a hinge joint. And so whenever it changes planes, it's always going to be on the same plane as the shin and the thigh. You can't be like the second person who doesn't know who Proko is. What? How? How does someone not know Proko at this point? If you've looked up art on YouTube, you've seen something like produced by Proko. The only like true shortcut is the shortcut from inferences, right? People always look for like shortcuts in art, and the only like shortcut you can ever make is like the logical assumption shortcuts, which is like, oh, the knee is a hinge joint, so whatever plane the thigh is on is also going to be the same plane as the, what's it called? The shin. And it's less of a shortcut, it's more of just like a logical conclusion. So I think those are fun. I messed that up so bad. Wow, look at that. Shotgun Man. He's always got such a tall fucking head. And I think it's because of the beard. He looks like the villain of a Greek movie. I don't know. Like Greek hero or something. He's got those really dark like hair features and stuff. Please allow me to do the thing. Thank you. Wild. I mean, I didn't even get the chance to put the shotgun. Is the plane a Boeing or an Airbus? I'm gonna have to say an Airbus, I think. I feel like Boeing has caught a lot of flack recently. Speaking of which, I finally know what an RTA, whatever. Basically, it's the thing that they like when companies do criminal negligence, instead of shutting down the company because the company is terrible. In the US, what we do is we say, well, don't do that. And we give them a fine, and then we tell them to do better. And then when that runs out, they just do the same shit again. Because of course they do. It's just a fine for doing illegal shit. What are they gonna do? They're just gonna pay the fucking fine and keep doing illegal shit. Anyway. And the reason is because we've put so much like, there is no government protection for these things, right? Is that if the company shuts down that employs like 100,000 people, now all of a sudden you have 100,000 people out of work and an entire industry disrupted. And so the US can't just like shut shit down when they do illegal stuff, because then who's gonna make the fucking planes, or who's gonna run the airline stuff, right? We don't have any government companies like, or any government facilities to do that kind of stuff. So anyway, it sucks. There's not a ton of like workaround, I guess. But it makes me very unhappy. Oh, one second. Ba-ba-ba. So I think YouTube chat is not displayed on the screen. It's not? What do you mean? It should be. They should both be included. It's just been a while since Miki has said anything. Let's see. Oh no, you're right. Where is my Caster Labs? That was weird. I don't know why that was happening. So here, just put in the background while drawing. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Let me just make sure that you are attached to the stream chat so that people can see you. So now you should be attached. So if you type again, you will be on YouTube chat or on the screen chat. Hopefully. I'm sorry about that. Housing tells me your country is self-sufficient, but it'll need 30 years to be independent. No, it sort of is. You could sort of make that assumption. The problem is, okay, like I was saying, let me test. Yeah, there you go. Great. So the problem is, everything in the United States is owned by somebody. Everything in UK is owned by somebody. Everything in France and most of Europe is owned by somebody, right? So because we have this disparity in like who owns things, right? Mostly it's rich people that owns things, right? In the US, it's like mostly people own, like rich people own things and a little bit the government owns things. In the UK, I'm not certain, but I think what's happening is that mostly the rich people own things and then labor is ending up borrowing money from wealthy people for some reason. That's my current understanding of the politics in the UK, but I don't know for certain. Anyway, what happens is, could we make everything here in the United States? Yes, we have all of the resources. Would we want to do that? No, that sounds expensive as hell. Why would we set all that shit up? For no reason. Literally no reason. The problem is, like, it wouldn't solve anything as far as like inequality. People would be poorer. People would be more bought out of stuff, because if rich people have to build factories, they want to get their money back. So they're going to charge more than it would cost to get an iPad from China. So everything gets more expensive for literally no reason. Anyway, that's the big rant for today. The answer to the question is, could the US do everything itself? Yes. Why the fuck would you waste your own resources when you can just pay someone to use their resources? That's the like global politics of it, right? If you end up in a war and you can't get resources, you want to have the stock of resources still there. So here in the United States, we just have like a lot of incompetence at the moment. Oh, that was wrong. Pop, 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 pop. So I've been making the soup, right? So my stock, I have like 6 liters. I have like less liters of stock now. I've been using some of it. I made like a noodle soup pasta thing, and that was really nice. But I think it was better when it was just, because I think when I boiled it to boil the pasta in it, it kind of just burnt it a little bit. Same thing with making the rice, but the rice was a little bit better. So I've used it recently to make rice made with chicken stock instead of water. That was really yum. The only problem I had with it is that it tasted a little burnt, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't have done the garlic too. I'm gonna see if I can get like a steel pan soon. I think my mom said something about she wanted to get me one. So we'll see. We'll see if that shows up or not. But I'm excited to do some like sauce cooking with it, because apparently with a steel pan you can make a really good fond. I've always ever only used like Teflon or ceramic stuff, so personally I'm pretty excited to get that. Oh, we're down the last 3. Nice. Home stretch. Maybe we could try the chicken stock. I think it's worth a shot. My mom really liked it, right? So she has some stock that she wants to do, but she's been telling me she wants to use it for like the last week. And it's like, you need to use that stock because that is fresh homemade stock. It does not have preservatives. It's well sealed because I put it in the fridge while it was hot, but definitely you need more. I don't know how expensive. You were telling me that meat is very expensive over there, Migi. How expensive is like getting a whole chicken? Is it prohibitively expensive or? Because here it's almost easy. It's cheaper to buy a cooked chicken than it is to buy a raw chicken. When I cook fancy rice dish, mostly mix coconut and turmeric. That still sounds yummy. I'm not gonna be able to fix that. What else? Gangs 2. Well, I mean, you usually don't buy chicken by the... I'm talking about like, if you wanted to buy a whole raw chicken, do they not sell them whole? That just might be the American privilege that I have. But I don't know, so I would like to know. That's not bad. $3, that's actually really cheap. But I don't know how much USD converts to you. I don't know how much that is for you. For here, that's really cheap. That's cheaper than what I have. It's about 4.5, I guess. Because my mom can buy 2 full chickens for about 9 USD. Alright, that is all of my figures. Let's go ahead and organize them. Free range, but expensive, 4.6. Oh, you don't need a free range. If you're trying to like live on a budget or anything, you don't need free range. Free range is a bit of a scam. It's better for the chickens, but if you're poor, listen, you gotta put yourself first. No, that goes all the way down, huh? Alright. Well, we're done. Viewing chicken here, not considered fancy meat. See, like goat meat, considered fancy meat compared to cow. Well, you can make a stock with anything. So usually, what you do is you gather like bones and stuff. I don't know how expensive bones are. I think in some places you can still get bones for free, but I don't know. Here in the United States, it has become such an industry that you must pay for the bones now as well. Raises the heat inside of your body, so mostly they consume a lot for people that are already married. Oh, you mean like it makes you horny? I don't know if I believe that one. Horny goat meat. Yeah, yeah. Raises the warmth inside of your body. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Put censorship on that word. I don't care. Maybe you should. Probably should, but I don't. I'm not that kind of fella. Question about this. Let's go all the way to the end. It's even going on in Indonesia. No, I'm sure it's nothing weird. I'm sure that's just like the local belief or whatever. I have never heard, at least, that goat meat is an aphrodisiac. Most like chicken, but the horny part, I don't feel it at all. It's entirely just like folktale and stuff. That's not the right lasso tool, huh? Alfred, these people want to eat me, Alfred. What? Regions eat bat meat. I mean, that's fine. I think there's nothing really wrong with eating bat meat. It's just a matter, you gotta be careful because there's a lot of communicable diseases between humans and bats, specifically. Something like that. You need to mess with this. This shoulder is too high. Yes, ma'am. It's much better. Yeah, already part of the cultures and getting about it. I consume bat in provinces. Christian people are non-Muslims. Really? Interesting. Well, Listen, I'm the type of person that will try interesting things. Fermented foods are really fun. My main thing is the science there to back up the tradition, right? Because the really amazing thing about human history is that through trial and error, cultures and communities have found safe ways to eat food previously thought unedible. Inedible? Inedible. So for example, the fermentation process for bamboo, right? Bamboo is pretty toxic to people, by the way. If you eat the leaves or if you eat the wood or anything, you will get very sick and throw up. But through the process of boiling and then vinegaring, you can pretty much just like eat bamboo shoots, right? How would you even think of that? Man, I ate this plant and it made me sick. Well, did you try boiling it first? No, I didn't. Let me try boiling and see if it gets the poison out. Half of the plants in this planet, that will not work for. By the way, you're just gonna get sick still. But, you know, trial and error. I really want her ass to stick out. Let's go in the garden. You find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. Finally find it. You see how it's faded. Underside is brighter when you turn it around. Everything stays, but it still changes so slightly. In little ways, and everything stays. Never eat it raw. No, you shouldn't eat anything raw, yeah. There's very few things in this world that are like, yeah, I'm safe to eat raw. Don't worry about it. Go for it. Statistically speaking, there are very few things that are safe to eat raw. Of course, you can eat vegetables. But like, especially like some processes for like making food safe to eat, it's like, bro, how the fuck? Not even eating ass. Yeah, never eat ass raw. Always use a condom. No, but realistically speaking, I do enjoy eating food that cultures have that are like non-traditional ways of cooking, right? Because, for example, what is it? Um, 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 oh my gosh. There's a Mexican version and a Peruvian version. It's called, oh my god, leche de león is the juice that comes from it. You're cooking it in a lime bath. It's called... Nope, I'm gonna have to look it up. This makes me very upset. Ceviche, that's the word. The food is ceviche, right? In Peruvian dishes, ceviche is a white fish that is caught off the coast and then it is consumed, quote unquote, raw after sitting in a lime bath for like 2 to 4 hours or something like that. You also have fruit from the devil's trumpet flower. You eat raw, you have the same effect as like drugs. Nice, I guess. I'm glad that they have drugs. Trumpet is real pretty though. But like learning that lime is a way to like thoroughly cook certain types of food, like how do you do that? But anyway, if the science backs it up, like for example, cheese making in a wooden barrel is safer than cheese cooking in a stainless steel thing, right? And absolutely counterintuitive, right? You'd think all the cracks and the crevices in the wood would make it so that the bacteria that's going to fuck you over is going to survive and going to eat you alive. Turns out it's exactly the opposite. All the nooks and crannies provide spaces for bacteria that eat the bacteria that are going to kill you to live there. And it's like, it's even safer than the stainless steel ones because the stainless steel ones provide an inhospitable environment for the bacteria that eat the bacteria that hurt you. And it's like, there's just like a lot of places in human history that we got real lucky making food. It's like, that's crazy. I feel drunk and they can't afford to buy alcohol. I mean, people will always look for drugs. That's a certain thing. Sleep Beaches is really good. Nice info. Yeah. And it's like, this is why also lacto fermentation works, right? For example, kimchi is an example of lacto fermentation, right? You create an acidic environment where it is pretty much inhospitable to the bacteria that would do you a lot of harm. And it's only hospitable to lactobacteria, which is like, bacteria that produce lactic acid, as well as like those that live in the colonies. Yeast is one of those lactobacteria, although they don't produce any lactic acid. So they kind of just hitch a ride into the colony, and kind of by a stroke of luck, they don't produce any harmful chemicals to us. Unless you count alcohol. If you count alcohol, then they produce a very harmful chemical to us. But at the same time, as human beings, we refuse to care. So, tough titties. Tough shit. I'm sorry. Sorry, your entire defense mechanism is what we use to get high. Oops. Oopsies. Sorry. Me to like half of the world's plants. I got to go. Yeah, thanks for stopping by though. I'm glad you could spend the time. See you all some other time. Bye, Miggy. Now just more chill tunes and drawing. Here's the problem I face. Realistically, this should be back here-ish. But it's real close to where the door should be. I think I'll just move the door over slightly so there's less overlap. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to avoid tangents when I do this stuff. I don't really like that. Oh my gosh, I forgot to do the transparent visor on the last panel. That's probably why things looked wrong. Ooh. Yo, Maho's perfectly in frame. Look at that little baby boy. You know what? He gets a treat. Here you go, baby boy. I know. I arrived early to give Kit pep talk, but Kit isn't even here. Kit has been struggling with some demons as far as like internet stuff goes. Internet? How long ago did they send that message? Like 10-ish minutes ago? A little less than 10. They sent me a frowny face. So they are maybe not having the best time. Yeah. They I don't know if they talked about it to you very much, but they're probably gonna have to move back into the city with their nephews, which they don't like. They didn't like the idea of that. So they can finish their college stuff. So hopefully it gets fixed, but we will see. Not really sure though if they'll respond or not. Let's see. They do, so I get a little bit more context of what's going on. They sent me a frowny face, so I hope it's not something I have done to upset them. But we'll see. Hope I wasn't saying anything during my rants that might have upset somebody. That's a little better. And I think it would tell you if you were the reason, or start to argue with you on stream. That's That's fair, but when they send me just like a smiley face, like a frowny face, you know, it does have me concerned that like I may have hit a nerve or something that maybe is not the best. Alright, I want to grab Crackmore's appearance. Likeness for silhouette. I'm sure. It's probably just internet stuff. I don't think you can bring Kids Wi-Fi back with a pss, pss, pss. I'm glad that they have. Wait, that's a really bad. Fake quote would never use out of context. I have some concerns. Many, I believe, are justified. Pretty cool. All right. It's a bit weird. Ooh. Hmm. I think this is done, but I want to go back to page 4 and add them. Oh, son of a bitch. Which side was it on? It was on the left side. Cool. You definitely want some of the writing. Pretty cool. I think that's pretty much this one done. Well, I want to add the continuity of the lines here. That was a bad idea, wasn't it? No, it just didn't click right. Okay, cool. Hey Sprung, why are your arts so good? Are you trying to come up with a conversation that you don't have anything? I'm definitely overcompensating as much as I can because I need this job. So I'm hoping it is good enough for me to get hired. I'm full of conversation topics. My aloe vera has, well, it needs some water probably, but it hasn't really grown any since before. Um, oh, I forgot I was on. Oh, yeah, I did want to ask you how your aloe did you repot it? No, I didn't end up repotting it. When I was in Seattle, I saw this like plant one. And I asked them, hey, do you know anything about aloe? Because I keep looking up stuff online and they're like, it's the end of the world. Your aloe is going to die, all that stuff. And they're like, no, they kind of just do that. They just like let the leaves fully drain out and they use the energy to grow more. And then the lower leaves will just over time wilt away. And I was like, oh, okay. I wish it didn't look like that. And they're like, yeah, I mean, you can always just like trim them off. And I'm like, yeah, but at least nubs. And they were just like, yeah, it's just the way it is. And I said, okay. What a weird way for me to give that context. That's the opposite of the direction I want to do. And to see a pic. Yeah. Let me turn it around a little bit so it looks a little bit better. It's leaned over into the sunlight. So it has this weird sort of look. I'll send one to the Discord really quick. I just keep it here behind my my computer. It has decided that it wants to lean over in favor of the sunlight, which means it's not getting enough light, but at the same time, it gets plenty of light. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, it's basically completely normal. Exactly. No, it looks pretty fine. I just don't like. You see the leaves at the bottom, how they're like empty, like they've been evacuated of all the liquid they have. I was like, I really hope that water goes back into it. And they were like, no, it won't. They'll just die. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. I am wondering if I'll see pups though, because usually aloe vera will grow pups if they're doing really well. Sometimes you can avoid losing a few leaves. It sucks. Yeah. Yeah. It just doesn't look as pretty, right? But nature doesn't care about pretty, but I care about pretty. Why do you have simple and tasty boar meat on your desk? Oh, those are the snacks for Maho. Those are the boar meat snacks. Those are the little treats. Sometimes he'll get his regular milk bones, and sometimes he'll get these that I got from Seattle. Which there's nothing special about them being in Seattle, except I walked into a grocery store and they had them. And I said, yeah, Maho would like that. Exactly. Hey, how's it going, Moob? Welcome back. Do something. Does a little dance. Yeah, da 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 da. Realistically, it's the mod that has the power to make you a little bit. Hello, Tough Ryan Zero. Welcome to the chat. That's the Hat in Time model dancing, right? Maybe? Maybe not. What is it? It says Drakon Breakdance. It's probably another Steam museum. Hey, there's the penguin. I was waiting for the penguin to show up. I figure most people have that one. You seen this? He does have penguins. I don't think that one's necessary. Right, that is the wrong button. Good to learn that. Really good to learn that. Of course. Of course it's the wrong button. It's more than I have. Wah, wah. I'm so strong. Just want me. Just a little want. Just a small amount of wampum. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Where's Border? And I want to write this. Wait. I want to write with white pen. No, I don't. I'm not gonna. I was gonna put like a shift situation or something, but I don't think that's necessary at all. $3 huh? 2 more hours. Ah. Okay, I don't know Cragmore's character as good as I know Venetrix. So I'm just gonna draw Venetrix really quick. That arm too high up. Yeah, that arm's too high up. Uh, I'll be back. Yeah, of course. I'll be here at least another 2 hours. I don't know if I'm doing anything with friends, so maybe more. Don't be quotable while I'm gone. I'm gonna be so fucking quotable. I'm gonna be so fucking quotable. They're gonna call me a quokka. I don't know if you know what a quokka is. Oh my god, that is a stinky doggy. Oh my god. You're a stinky baby boy. You know? You are such a stinky little baby boy. I know, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you because you're stinky. Because you're a stinky baby. Oh, right. There's the backpack on here. Shit. Fuck. Fuck, I forgot about that. Putting off whether or not I want to actually draw the back. I think, unfortunately, I must. Oh, hey, how's it going, Top Hat? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. We are just doing some pencils for this comic. I'm gonna try to hopefully use to apply for a job. That's the hope, anyway. Let's get over here. Did my second live stream today, but I stopped before I beat the game because I was going to get mad at the game. Oh, that's no good. Getting mad at games is definitely rough. I feel you there. I am good, and you? That's nice. I'm not too bad. I'm wishing I had finished this yesterday, but it's where I'm at right now. This definitely needs to be larger. I'm just doing a little bit of doodling. There's definitely something wrong with what I'm doing here. Nice. Okay, cool. Oh, son of a bitch, wait. No, that's wrong. That's close enough. Ooh, Discord server plus live streams. Yeah, that's a good way to go about things. For sure. Oh, let me check my message here. Hmm? Maybe move this a little bit more forward. Hey, Muffin. How are you doing, buddy? You having a problem? No, you're doing fine. How are you doing? Don't you worry. Interesting. Who ignores that? All right, let's get some Cragmore in here. I think this is about a good enough space for him. 1 second. Let me go ahead and answer the door really quick. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba. All right. Let's keep going. Huh. Yeah, all the checks are good. Meaning. Definitely means that they're not getting enough. What the hell? How a cat works. Fascinating. Right. Still need to figure out what I'm doing with the hand. I'll be your one up cow. We could probably add like hand imprints on the door to show that the door is forced open. Maybe that might, what's it called? Make stuff make a little bit more sense. And then it could be like they notice that something is wrong instead of like they just kind of jumped from behind. That might make a little bit more sense. I think that's gonna make things better overall. Did the music come out? No, it's just for me. It's still going. All right, let's see. What else did I want to do for this section? Pretty much nothing. I had all of it going up. Up. Whew. An hour left and 3 panels to go. Well, I still have most of this one to go, I think. To be fair. Let's do a layer underneath. And then here we can just this how pasting it does. I could have just done a gradient fill or something. Oh, oops. Nope, that goes there. Well, we can do it like this. That way we keep the crappy aesthetic. Opportunity for some crack. Ooh boy. Alright, let's get something darker than this, but not fully black yet. That's because I didn't do lasso though. going to flip it again. And then we can just do like a mask for Benetrix, because I don't think it needs anything special. I am very dumb sometimes. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and add that crumple zone on this panel before it. Where is my thingamajig? And then let's go ahead and pull out this page. Let's go back down here. Let's add this crumple zone. Yeah. In roughly the same place. It's going to be right above the line. So right about here. This is all where all the line stuff is. Nice. Just a small little detail, right? Smallest of tiniest little details. You show it once, you show it twice, and then 3 times, that's when you should have seen it. Otherwise, you're dead. Neat, neat. I think I want to do this really quick because I'm going to be drawing this thing outside of the line. Roughly. I'm in the wrong place. This guy needs to be just a little bit brighter, actually. I don't care about that at this point. Just want all of this to be very slightly lighter because it's really hard to see right now. That's a bit too much light. Like 10. I think that's pretty good. Well, maybe like a 5 might be better. So I still want it to be visually distinct from the background. Yes, but this gives more context to them being like a rock monster, so. Cool, works for me. This looks like a knockoff of I'm gonna do a little bit of Monster Hunter for a little bit of a break. Mug is a funny way to abbreviate 30 beers. What the hell? Let's see what we got going. Hakushada Aura. We have them twice. Cool. I'm gonna fight Kushada Aura just really quick. God, he's cool. Maybe I go for Blast. I think my Blast is a little bit better right now. We're taking a little bitty break. We have a few more panels to go. This next one's gonna be rough though, so I definitely want to just do something else for a second. What? Oh fuck. I just needed to survive. Oh my god. Yep. I'm going to get killed by this fucking dragon. Oh, got too close to him. Jesus fucking Christ, that was close. Hey, we won. Nice. I don't know where that came from. Whew, that was relief. How many of these do I need? I need 2 more of those, so... Realistically, I should do another one. Alright, let's run it back one more time. time to get away so I don't get killed by this fucking dragon. Oh no. And I'm dead. I doubt we'll be able to get the horn. Well, maybe. They're using a lot of blast. Blast definitely is almost always the way to go. We got 60 seconds and like none of his health is his health is almost gone, so I feel pretty good about this. Using the Basilisk Spear? That's pretty good. Snogre? Right, they're having some difficulties. Okay, they got 30 seconds. I believe in them. Where's the other person? There they are. They're not gonna make it, I don't think. No, they might. They might still make it. There we go. Nice. Ideally, 2 horns would be fantastic, but I doubt I'm gonna get even one, honestly. Or tails, sorry, I need the tails. I don't need the horns. Yet. I probably need them at some point, but not yet. And I didn't get jack shit. That sucks. That is unfortunate. Okay. Well, I literally can't do anything else with it, so. Alright, let's get back to it. I'm thinking this should probably be bigger. This should probably be bigger. Okay, cool. Works for me, I suppose. And then, because we're doing this way the hell out here, do it like this. Ugh. Alright. Golly gee willikers. Why would it be the whole thing? Why would it fill up everything? I don't understand. Oh, because I'm using the transparent brush, that's why. Okay, let's reinforce some of these lines. Alright, let's see. Goes there, goes there, goes there, goes there. You can just start moving them around now. Was there... Can I switch this to corner? Oh, I can. Let's fucking go. I don't need... What's it called? This one anymore? Or this one, I don't think. Well, let's see. I can just control that with it. Cool, I guess. Okay. You're getting closer? I think you just delete this one. Yeah, that works fine. This one can be a corner. It's fine. I think it does an okay job of this. I need to turn this into a round. Just has that thought, huh? Cool, I guess. hydrate, stretch, say quotable things. It's been 20 minutes since you sent that because I was so distracted. I would stand up, but Mahama's annoying. Ignoring me for 20 minutes. No, I have not. I have just not seen you because I have been all alone for the last 20 minutes. All by my lonesome. Nobody's cared to come in and check on me. I see how it is. How people are so quick to abandon. You can't highlight ignoring me just to make it seem like you're telling the truth. Highlighted messages can't lie. What is this? Baba is you? This is sick and twisted logic the world operates on. Maybe I can finish Baba is you on stream someday. Never finished it. I am bad at it. Anyway, I need this to cut in more because this needs to cut up more. Keep forgetting the name of the four-armed character in my default dimensions. Yes, it is very close, right? It's just Venetrix. Because I was like, you know what the cool name is? Venator. But wait, I want this character to be a woman. What does Venator mean? It means hunter. And in Latin, Venatrix means huntress. And I'm like, all right, cool, good enough. Quick Google search, is there any character named Venatrix? Nope. Okay, let's go. Mm-hmm. Um, okay. Ooh, goodness gracious. You like her? That's good. She's not really intended to be like a main character sort of a deal, but I guess she is the primary antagonist. You consider Meek the protagonist? Oh wait, I need. This is the gun. I just forgot. You gotta be kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be pulling on my leg. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. All right. You're almost at the end. Watch movements I can make Gay Snufkin. Gay Snufkin art. All right, fair enough. You gotta watch me. Like, listen. Um, I think like Snufkin is a great icon. Fuck off whenever someone is like, "Hey, we need something from you," and say, "Go away." Here's this. I knew there was something wonky with that mouse. It's because it's in the wrong place. I woke up with a boner. I woke up with a hard penis. That song is stuck on my head in repeat so much. It's crazy. I woke up with a boner. I woke up with a hard penis. Oh my goodness. Oh, where's my fill? Where's my fill bucket? It's there. Alright, last but certainly not least, this box. Which is kind of just functionally, fuck you, I'm done box. Ugh. Thinking maybe some grass or something, but that's just gonna make things more confusing. Forgot the little space between the fingers? The little space between the fingers. Oh my god, you're right. You are right. I'm upset. Thank you for catching that. I would not have. That's weird. I think 10 should be good. Yeah. 10 should be fine. Why is it still... Oh, because it's transparent. Right? Surprised for catching myself? No, you did a great job. By the way, keep pleasant. Thank you. I hope it conveys that. He's just slurping away, isn't he? Good old Slurpo. Raise my volume for Slurpo. Now he's not even coming back. I know, he's in the corner. You're gonna have to do 1,000 bits. Or not 1,000 bits. 1,000 channel points. For me to cast Summon Dog. It's all part of his clever ruse. That's him in the corner. No. Don't make my dog lose his religion. Does my dog have religion? Maho, are you religious? No, it doesn't look like it. I think I would have known by now. There have been no suspicious Kwanzaa books lying around or anything. is agnostic. I can see it in his eyes. At least he's not a papist. Who am I to take that from him? Okay, we are finally done with everything. All 6 pages. Well, technically all, what's it called? All 5? All 5 pages. Oh, why do I have 2 of these? Oh, that's the wrong, alright. Nice. I like the part where Meek goes like 100 miles per hour right into Rickjaw's arm. I thought that was really funny. You know what? I just realized. I didn't color in on the last layer. So, I did not color in Cragmore. And that's good enough for me. It's a lie, it's a complete lie, it's a fabrication. That's not good enough for me. Okay, now I'm done. Jonathan Frakes' voice. It is a total fabrication. This one's a creator of the writer's room. A creation of the writer's room. Okay, how do I exploit this? Never happened. Not a chance. It's invented by her. We are done. It only took me a little bit longer than I expected. How do I exploit this now? I guess it's a PDF, right? Oh, I should, hold on. Wait. What the hell? Why is my mouse wobbling? I don't want to finish that. I don't want to change this. This is fine. Project settings? It should show this at the bottom, but it's not. It's not showing it on either one. That's why I'm a little bit concerned. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad. I almost never finished something for a portfolio, so even though I'm like, man, this could definitely be better in a lot of ways. And for pencils, I guess it's not bad, but geez, it feels bad sending anything to anyone that's not like fully colored or rendered and everything. Nice. That's the hope, at least. Alright. I don't know why it doesn't have the thing on the bottom that has my name, but whatever. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with this. Alright, exporting Run Rabbit Run. I didn't think this was gonna have like a progress bar. That's crazy. Exporting was completed. Oh, it says exported completed. I accidentally put it in the wrong one. Oh. Nice. Well, anyway. I guess I should probably batch export for... it's supposed to be exporting, but it's not doing anything. Oh. Two? Is it here? I guess it says here. Alright, let's add these to the Discord server. I was gonna send it to them, but it's already 6 o'clock. So look at that. Wait, you just said the jizz of it. I just noticed. What? I guess I'll send this Monday morning or something. Bum, 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 bum. No, I thought you said the gist of it. Oh, then you said it a couple more times. Oh my gosh. Man, I'm so distracted by the things that I'm doing. It's probably a good signifier to testosterone. Let's see. Anyway, Monday we'll probably get back to working on the goats, the animation. I haven't done any of that in so long, so we'll see. Anyway, thank y'all for coming. I'll see you again Monday. Bye-bye. Oh, that's the wrong button. Goodbye. And I appreciate all of you for showing up. Everything. You are the important things. Anyway, of course. See you on Monday.